Hello, everyone. Welcome. So I'm going to head over here for a moment. Make sure that you can hear me. Soon we're going to have Elliot pop in, but you've now seen that wonderful walkthrough of the space that we're going to be investigating in tonight. So we're here with C.H.A.P.S. And they're our main team tonight. We also have Kyle here from Class A Paranormal and myself. I'm going to walk you through the night. We have lots of static cams set up, so you can also monitor what's going on. And if you see anything on the cameras, you can comment and make sure you're telling us what you're seeing. So if we're not in the room, we can go back and look at it later. So that's how you can help us review our footage. So we're going to have a seat out here on the deck, because we've got all our cameras set up in there, and every time I go into any room, you can hear me talking through the speakers. So this is a really interesting place. And the team that's here now, C.H.A.P.S., they have elected to investigate in a similar way to what I like to do, which is not hearing any of the stories, any of the claims, any of the folklore ahead of time. So they're going in blind, which I think is pretty cool, because that makes you just a little bit less biased, I think, you know? And so anything you see tonight, it will be their first time knowing anything about this place. I did give them a quick walkthrough, but it was very similar to, you know, what you just saw on screen, that awesome panning footage that Elliot provided for us. It was very similar to that. I just walked them through and said, here are all of the spaces that we have access to, with really very little context as to what they might find there. Hello. Hi. So we're just getting ready here. Everything's getting all set up. We have C.H.A.P.S. putting in a million wires all throughout the space so that they can plug in their DVR system and really keep a close eye on what's happening. So for tonight, we'll have cameras in death row, in the intake cells. We have a camera set up in what was the safe room. So this is a nice pitch black area that you can will throw people into on their own with a recorder. And then we also have a few other things set up, and I'll pop around and maybe interview some of the C.H.A.P.S members and hear some of their stories from all of their ghost adventures. I'll pop in from time to time and tell you a little bit about what I've experienced here and at other times in my life and what made me join a paranormal investigation team, because that's a little unusual. And we're also going to talk with Elliot in a little while and go through some of the history of the site. Now, some of our C.H.A.P.S members are within earshot, so I won't tell you any of that right now. And Elliot really has the scoop. And so I'll talk to him about the history here, some of the claims that people have had, because this is a very active location for investigations, so lots of claims in this place. And then also we'll go through some of his personal experiences here, because Elliot's been to this place a lot. So interesting to hear what he has to say. So we're going to just take a little walk inside for a moment and see some of the gear that we have set up, because I think that's pretty neat. And for all of you techies out there watching, it might be kind of fun to see some of the equipment that we have on hand here today. So that's just like the room of things that we're not using. And Elliot and Kyle and the C.H.A.P.S team have brought an incredible variety of cameras and recorders. So we are well set up here. I'm just going to see if I can take you into this other section so you can see some of the wires that are. There's all these all around to teach you about space, which for the certain more Kyle's gear. Yeah, we're well set up here. So in a moment, Elliot will be popping in to say hello and give us a little bit of history, but I'm going to let you know. That's what happens when you're wandering on Wi-Fi. So if you're here tonight, popping in and out, that's okay. Make sure though, if you see anything, you let us know in the comments. And also, if you have any questions, we'll be monitoring the comments section as much as possible. So if you have any questions about the space, about paranormal investigation, about anyone on the team and their experiences, you just let us know in the comments, and I'll try to come on here and there and address those questions. So let's go see if we can find Elliot. Here's our secondary little bubble camp. We'll pop outside while we're waiting for Elliot and see the outside of the jail too.
Anyways,
there's Elliot.
Let's do this.
Yeah. All right. He's gonna pop inside, and then we're gonna have a chat. So as you can see, this is a historic building. This is, I believe, the oldest jail in Ontario. But even just from the outside, they have all of these historic panels, so you can read about the jail and find out some of the history yourself. But it's not going to tell you about the ghosts, so that's on us.
Is there a? Do you know if there's AC power upstairs?
I do not know, but you could ask Kyle. Yeah, they're still getting everything all set up.
Here we are. All right, can you hear me, Sarah?
Hello. So I'm going to
Perfect.
take a seat outside here where it's nice and beautiful out in L'Orignal, and we'll chat with you from out here because I'm going to be cooped up inside all night. Now, this is my second time here. How many times have you investigated at this jail? You're with Phantoms of Yore, but I think you also help out with a lot of other teams. How many times have you personally been here?
Sorry, my camera is acting funny. That's weird. All right, so I guess as a team, probably about half a dozen times, but we run paranormal public investigations here, and that runs multiple times every year since 2018. And then we've probably hosted, a wide variety of YouTubers and paranormal teams here as well. So I definitely have a lot of experience with this jail and a lot of knowledge on it.
That's pretty awesome. So the public events, tell me a little bit about how that works.
So the public investigations, we kind of created it in a way where you can come in with a group of 6 or 8 people, and then you have the opportunity to get equipped with anything you need, and then you are with that small group investigating for the evening.
That's pretty awesome. So our team that's here with us today, C.H.A.P.S, they're all the way from Oshawa, right?
That's right.
That's a pretty far way to come for an investigation. So what do you think made them want to come here?
I think it's Kyle. I mean, Kyle has been talking with Dave and talked about the jail, and this is the oldest jail in Ontario, so this is intriguing for anybody who's interested in history and, of course, the paranormal. 1825, we're talking, nearly 200 years, just a few more years, and they hit that anniversary, which will be a big anniversary here. And it also really helps support the jail. And of course, after the pandemic, anything helps. And in booking this site, of course, helps this community and keeping this museum alive.
That's pretty awesome, yeah.
So David is a very serious investigator, so it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with. He wanted absolutely no knowledge of the lure attached to this building. He does not want to know which ghosts are supposedly here out of the characters out of history. He doesn't want to know which areas people experience the most or what it is they experience. He wants to come in here blind with just a basic knowledge of the history. and to experience, the jail for himself. So I will find this very interesting because, of course, over the years, having a wide array of people here and the things that they have reported, it'll be interesting to see if they experience anything. And if they do, is it going to match up with previous reports?
It will
So,
be interesting to see if it lines up. I did mention that they wanted to come in blind, which I think is great because it will really test all of those previous claims, won't it?
yeah, I mean, and I love it when teams want to do this. So I'm doing my best, even though so badly you want to talk about, all the things that happen here and all the things that people have experienced. But then we don't want to feed that and implant those thoughts into their minds
Yeah.
for these
Yeah,
certain
even
areas.
even when I did the walk around at the beginning, I took them just to all of the spaces, but it was very difficult for me to just say this is a place you can go and so is this without saying anything that I've heard about that space or experience there, because of course I've been here too as well. So it's going to be fun to watch, I think. So without of course we will get into the lore because they don't want to know, but everybody else does. So but before that, why don't you just tell me a little bit about the history of this jail?
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, they will watch this after they review. So once they're done the investigation and they have the time for that grueling review process, they will watch and I guess will hear the lure and see if anything does match up. So the team members will have to work really hard not to watch this part of the live feed, and I hope none of them are peeping in now out of the few people who are watching this on a beautiful Saturday evening. So yeah, the history, 1825. It was the one of the first, stone jails in Ontario. Before that, it was mostly wood frame buildings. So, like the Cornwall jail, for example, was built in 1833, but prior to that, there was a wood frame building there, which was used during the War of 1812 as well, like a barracks, and there was a wooden courthouse and jail there on the site. So, even though the current jail in Cornwall was built in 1833, it predates that by decades as being an active property for a jailhouse. L'Oreal jail, it's not a huge jail. The original jail was just the center part, and all it had was a debtor's cell, and it had a cell block for 4 individuals, which Chaps is lucky because they have access to that tonight. So they can investigate the original 1825 cells, which the architecture is a lot different than, the 1850s and 60s cell blocks, which you see at the Ottawa Jail Hostel, the Cornwall Jail, um, and here as well. So in 1825, that's all that was here. It was a courthouse upstairs, and then they had the 2 cells downstairs. Then in the 1840s and 50s, they built, of course, the 2 wings, one being the warden's residence and the other one an extension to the courthouse. And then in the back in the 1850s, they built 4 more cell blocks. And then in the 1980s, over the courtyard, they built the classroom, the chaplain office, the nurse's office, the break room, the laundry room. And this was an attempt in the 80s to make the jail more humane. And, even though it's a new building, it was built over top of the area where the gallows were erected.
Yeah.
And this is why people get a lot of feelings there, and have a lot of experiences. I interviewed a nurse there who told me about her experiences, and it was pretty cool. And I used to play that during the presentation for the events here, but I think I swapped it out for some other content.
So you have a few historic photos of, we have the gallows in the background there, but that's the newer version, right? But you have a few historic photos and some maps. So why don't we take a look at those so people have an idea of what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so the gallows you're looking at is not an accurate representation of what the gallows were for the long drop. So it would have been a lot taller because the offender would have had to have fallen quite a distance in order for his neck to break. And the history of the executions here are pretty grisly. In the 1800s and the early 20th century, mistakes were made quite often, and unfortunately, the offenders would suffer. And we can get into that a little bit. So I guess you probably want to go through who was executed here and what did
Yeah,
they
let's
do.
do it. Let's talk about some of those executions.
So this is Frederick Mann, and I call him the wicked boy. And he was 17 years old, and he immigrated here from England, and he worked for a family in Montreal. Someone told me that he even tried to poison a family there, or the family that he worked for in Montreal. Now, he ended up down here in Chute-Blondeau, which is a little village just outside of Hawkesbury, and he was working for the Cook family. And he was infatuated by one of the daughters of the family. And it goes that he was rejected, and he just kind of snapped, and he took a rope, and then he strangled her. Then the mother tried to intervene. Then he strangled the mother in the barn. Then he moved to the house, and he got an axe, and then he killed two of the sons, and then injured another one who did die later of his injuries. Then he fled across the Ottawa River, and they captured him, and they brought him here to the jail. So his last letter to his mother, he signed off a wicked boy. I'm still researching him a lot. I have some lawyer papers that I got from the law archives in Toronto. It's really hard to read, but I'm hoping one day to get someone to help me go through it and not translate it, but understand the handwriting. So a lot of mental health in his family, and I recently uncovered when digging up his story that his father and his brother died by a train in England.
Ooh.
So they were ran over by a train. And he was executed in 1883, so this would have happened in the 1870s, late 1860s. And trains did not go very fast during that time. So, I mean, how do you get run over by a train? I mean, you see it coming from a far ways away, you hear it. So how do you end up getting run over by a train? So I'm very curious by that part of his background. And his aunt was also a lunatic, and she was in an asylum. So one of his part of his defense was that he was insane. But of course, it didn't work. So when they executed him here at the jail, they miscalculated the rope, and when he dropped, it didn't break his neck, and his toes were just touching the ground as he
Yikes.
hung for just about 15 minutes.
That must be a challenging part of your job. You do a lot of the research. So reading through all of those stories and hearing about all the most awful things that people have done, like that must be difficult sometimes.
Well, I work in corrections, and I won't even talk about the files I read.
Fair,
Um,
yeah.
so that is the first person who was executed here. Now, the second person, I don't have an image of him. I have never been able to find a photograph of Narcisse Larocque. Now, he is referred to as the Devil of Cumberland, or the day. There's a book out there written about him, and I can't even find a book. If anybody finds it, let me know. I'll buy it off them. I even contacted the author, and I can't find it anywhere. He doesn't have any copies, and he's actually local to here. So it was the day the devil visited Cumberland. So Narcisse Larocque raped and murdered the McGonagall sisters. He followed them into the woods, and it was a brutal, brutal crime. Now, some people say he's innocent, and the jail actually recently told me that they actually have some information that actually pushes towards that he was actually innocent of the crime. Um, so this crime was so bad, and this happened in Cumberland, that they severed the little girls' hands and put them in formaldehyde in jars to show the jury the extent of the murders. Very, very gruesome crime. So he was executed here as well. And he actually watched from the window on the death row floor them build his gallows. And every gallows was built. Um, Actually, I got a screenshot here so you can kind of see the people. Is that Narcisse? Okay, I think they think that's Narcisse Larocque, but it's not. It's kind of hard to see there. Um, so yeah, he watched as they built the gallows, and they dug his grave from the window, and it's because of Narcisse Larocque that they were actually able to figure out where the gallows were built, because it was very detailed in his execution the path that he took to the gallows. So the guides actually followed that path out.
The importance
I
of
don't,
written history, eh?
yeah, I don't know. So I'm seeing down here that you turned on the base camera, and I don't know if they can hear us or not. So
Oh,
Sandy, yeah, Sandy is standing there now. So Sandy, if you can hear me, wave to the camera. Wave to the camera, Sandy. Wave to the camera. Okay, she's just walking around, so I don't think she can hear me. So I think it's me.
I think I have it muted, so I think we're okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So I don't recall anything specific about the way Narcisse-Larocque was executed. I think it probably went okay. Just checking out the comments here. Could you please type out the name of the book and the author, please? Um, Chris, it's The Day the Devil Visited Cumberland. I'll just pop that one up here. There's a lot of streams here, so I don't want to just type it out there, but hold on. Day the Devil Visited Cumberland.
Yeah, it's interesting that you can't find that. When you said that to us before, I did go looking for it. I looked on Abe Books even. I looked all over the place, and I can't find it either. And I'm usually pretty good at hunting things down.
Oh, I'm using Yahoo, that's why. Yahoo can never find what I'm looking for. I need Google. I can't find the book now. That's so weird. Down Narcisse-Larocque, and then The Day the Devil Visited Cumberland.
So if anyone out there is really good at hunting down rare items, this is your chance to shine.
Oh, I wish that I had a copy of that book. Just they have pictures of the hands in the book.
Oh wow! It isn't even at any of the libraries or anything.
No, I can't even find the book now. This is so strange. I mean, it's
Crazy.
it's a local author. It's not like a book that everybody wanted.
It's funny that even he doesn't have a copy. Now, I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but I'm looking at this list that you have up on the screen, and I'm noticing that there are two offenders with the last name that is the same. Were they related?
Yes, they were. So Narcisse-Larocque and William Larocque were related cousins, I believe.
Wow.
I don't know. Yahoo just isn't giving it to me.
Well, I'll pop it in the comments later.
But it bugs me. You know when you really want to find something and you can't find it, and then you just become obsessed with it.
I do that from time to time. Still hunting?
Yeah, I found it. See, Google did it. Yahoo I don't know what's with Yahoo. So it's The Murder of Mary and Eliza McGonigal, The Day the Devil Visited Cumberland. And it's written by Andre Stephen Newton.
That feels like it would be a very difficult read. Sounds like that was quite the brutal crime. To be able to go back and read about that might be like, that would be hard.
Oh, did Ted find it?
Someone found it?
I don't know. Ted put a link up there, but I just put in the title of the book so that everybody can find it. If you can find it, that'd be great. I would love
Fantastic.
even just a photocopied copy of it would be great. Just to have that information. Okay, we can move on now. So we talked about Narcisse. So Clement Gayet. Now Clement Gayet, I call the angry drunkard. So he was a violent man. He lived in Montreal also prior to coming down to the Alfred area. Excuse me. He he had a charge of attempted murder of a police officer, but it never stuck. Maybe because he came here. So I think I have a closer up picture of him. Just give me a second before we get into him. So, all right, this is better. He was a larger man, and when he drank, he became aggressive and angry. So he was here and he was working for the Culligan family. So Samuel Culligan, he was working on his farm. So Clement Gayet was playing poker, he was drinking, he went to the farm, and then Samuel said something about the job with the hay or not doing something with the hay. I don't remember exactly what it was. But he snapped and he took an axe and he killed Samuel and he killed his young son. He then proceeded into the home of the Culligan family and he held the family hostage. The wife kept feeding him with liquor, to kind of keep him happy. And he would make advances on her and stuff like that. And he even hit her with the axe. And during this time that she was, trying to, be hospitable to him, she had a big gash inside of her leg on the inner thigh. And this was during a winter storm. So one of the daughters ended up jumping out of the window into the storm and ran to the neighbors and got the neighbors. And the neighbors came and restrained him. And it was interesting because back then, um, they actually had the wife and Clement Gayet interview with just a wall separating them, so they couldn't see each other, and talking to them about what had happened. So there's a story here about the Shadow Man, and after I can play an interview about the Shadow Man. So a Shadow Man is seen in the courtyard, a large man, large black shadow, black mass, and it has been seen by different people different years. It's a very consistent piece of the lure here that this person, I've never experienced him, and I'm walking back there in that courtyard by myself at night all the time. And I hope I get the feeling like something's looking at me or something's kind of creeping up on me. They've seen it even during a presentation once. The presentation room, the classroom, there is a kind of like a walkway in between the old jail and the classroom. And I was playing a presentation video for a group. And then they all told me that this big black shadow walked by the windows. Well, there's absolutely nobody out there. So I went outside and said, well, let me know if you can see me walk by the windows.
Hmm.
So I went outside and I walked back and forth by the windows, and none of them could see me walking back and forth. But somehow they saw a large shadow walk by all the windows. And this is with the blinds down at nighttime.
Wow.
So really, they wouldn't be able to see anybody out there, but they saw some sort of black mass. All of them, everybody in the presentation, walked by that kind of walkway. So there's definitely, and I had one person who went back there for a smoke because we let people smoke in the back area, specific area of the courtyard, back in 2018. And this was a retired man who came to the event. He saw the ad in the paper. His wife's like, "Oh, you should go." So he came by himself because he always wanted an experience. So he went back there by himself for a smoke, and he came running in saying, "I saw it, I saw it, I saw it." And we went outside and we tried to recreate it with how the lights are, and we couldn't. He said he saw a giant, just like they said in the interview, a black mass. And he said when he went to look at it, it just shot off behind one of the buildings there.
Wow. See, I
So
didn't get to go to the courtyard last time, so I'm really looking forward to getting out there tonight.
yeah, I mean, this shadow figure, I mean, I think is also the one responsible for the multiple women who have come here and reported touching.
Hmm.
I think it's Clement Gayet. That's just my vibe. If it's anybody out of this list of people, I think it's Clement Gayet. You know, it just kind of matches his description, his physical description. So who's next on the list? I guess that's the three: Frederick Mann, Clement Gayet, Narcisse Leroc, and the last two: Emmanuel Lavictoire and William Leroc. So, this is a very interesting crime. So, this happened in the early 20th century. And so, what William Leroc was doing is that he was hiring farm hands and he would take an insurance policy out on their lives and then murder them and then claim the policy. So he did this with one person and got away with it, and the whole community was, suspect of him. And then he did it a second time, and they had a special investigator come from Ottawa, and they were able to prove that it was a murder. And Emmanuel Levy-12 was a neighbor, and he was not the smartest man. He wasn't the most intelligent. He was easily manipulated, and William manipulated him into the crime. So Emmanuel Levy-12 was so nervous when he came to the jail that he lost a lot of weight. And unfortunately, with the executions, they take your weight for the pull system for the weight when you come into the jail. And what did I just see Santa Claus walk into the jail?
You did. Yes, that is correct. Bringing me some gear.
So
I've got cool friends.
he lost so much weight that when they went to execute him, he hung there for over 20 minutes, strangling to death. Just he was a lot heavier before, and they take that weight into account to measure the drop to ensure that your neck breaks. So he was executed before William Larocque, and when William Larocque went up for his turn on his gallows to be executed, he proclaimed to the crowd that they just killed an innocent man. So he's such a nasty person, William Larocque, that he could have easily during trial have said, I manipulated him, I take full responsibility, I asked him to help me and he just did so, because he was simple-minded, right? He didn't.
Wow.
He wanted him to die with him. And he spent the entire time in jail crying.
That's a terribly sad story. So potentially out of the 5 people that you had on your list of people that were hung here, you potentially have 2 that were innocent.
Well, I mean, we know Emmanuel was.
And then you said there was another one that there's evidence that he might have.
But he was manipulated. Wow. Narcisse Larocque, there's a lot of indicators that he may have been innocent of the crime.
Well, that's not a good ratio, is it?
Yeah, but in terms of the lure, Emmanuel is one of the main focuses here for the lure, because different mediums have come into the jail for tours and have reported separately, not knowing to each other, that Emmanuel does not like his family's photographs on display. He wants them to be taken down. And they were experiencing weird activity with the lights at that time. They were always flickering and stuff like that. And eventually, when the third person told the jail about this, they took them down and they put them away, and that flickering stopped. I wasn't here during that time, so I can't confirm that, this is all true. This is just what has been passed on to me from the board members here. But I've asked for those photographs because I would love for an experiment to put them up. Now, years later, I had an event where I had the medium Mark Jade come here. Gave him no prior knowledge on the place. He also mentioned the pictures, and I never told him about it. And he also went upstairs to death row, and he knew the exact cells that Emmanuel Levy-12 and William Larocque were in.
There are quite a few cells up there, so
you can't find that on Google. You can't research that. This is archival information that only the board members here know or have access to.
Wow, that would have been interesting to be there for.
He also picked up on a birth, and even I didn't know this, but the historian that I had with me for this event from the jail confirmed there was a birth here. There was a storm, and a guard's wife came here when she was pregnant, and she gave birth here.
Wow.
So it was pretty interesting to me, because I've always been, kind of skeptical on people being able to read things that tie directly to history and that you can confirm. But I was amazed when he was able to pull that off, and it turned that historian into a believer, and she was very skeptical.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see that happen, to be honest.
And after that point, she actually came to an event to do her own ghost hunting. So she went from skeptic to full on, believer and wanting more experiences.
Wow, that's
So,
pretty cool. So, huh. So
so
you have
those,
all these hangings, but there's also someone else here, right? That's a more friendly presence. Do you have any information on that person?
there's a ton of characters here. I mean, this is an almost 200-year-old jail, so there's been lots of deaths here, natural deaths, unnatural deaths. It happens, and they're buried out in the courtyard. Now, we can't confirm how many are there. It's just like the Ottawa Jail Hostel. You can't,
Mm.
there's lots of bodies. When they dug up the Mackenzie King Bridge, they came across dozens. Cornwall Jail, it's guessed that there's probably nearly 200 bodies on the grounds there in the parking lot. And you can say the same for this jail, because they just didn't they don't have the records anymore. And a lot of the jails kind of deal with this where they can't
Mm.
find these old records. They just don't seem to exist anymore. They probably ended up in some community member's attic, and then just, who knows. Okay, we got someone looking in on us at base, so I wonder if they can hear us.
You know what? Why don't we pause for a moment? We'll go check the cameras, and then you and I will meet back here in 5 minutes and tell some more stories. How's that?
I don't think she can hear us. Can you hear me? Can you wave, person at base? This is a C.H.A.P.S team member. Can you hear me? Here, how about if we like just throw them up on the camera, and let's see how they react. We'll just see what happens. Okay, let's take this down. Let's take let's throw up here, see what happens.
Hello.
Do a little wave. There we go. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you been able to hear us the whole time?
Yep.
Oh no!
It wasn't muted. You guys weren't supposed to be hearing this stuff.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Close your ears. We'll go fix that. You know what? Let's take like a 5-minute break. We'll put on some of the cameras, although it's not dark yet. You never know what you might see. We'll put on some of the cameras, and then you and I will meet back here in 5 minutes. Mute it so that they can't hear the rest of it.
Here, I'll play the Shadow Man video, the interview.
Perfect.
I'll play that. All right. Okay.
Hi, my name is Guy Rouleau. I'm proud enough to say that I was a court interpreter and translator on staff with the Attorney General here in Ontario for over 35 years. It has been my pleasure to make the acquaintance of the inmates that have frequented the L'Orignal jail complex over the years. I'll be talking about those little secrets that are basically hidden from the community at large, that were related to me by different inmates at different times that I've had the occasion and pleasure to befriend over the years, and that have been quite candid in their comments about what they saw from a paranormal standpoint here at the old L'Orignal jail. These 3 inmates that I can recall over the years, over my past 35 years, spoke to me about the same exact phenomena that would have occurred at the same exact location at the old L'Orignal jail over the span of 35 years. These are 3 individuals that did not know each other, that were up for charges that were unrelated, and that were serving a sentence, albeit brief, here at the L'Orignal jail at different years and at different times of the year. They had seen a mist, what I would term it as a spectral aura that would appear right immediately behind me, which is what is called the southern exit of the L'Orignal jail. It's a spectral aura that was, from what they told me, colorless, but had a definite shape to it, with outlines, an outline that was type of blackish and gray. This aura would appear in between 12 noon and 2 p.m. in the afternoon. They were all unanimous in mentioning that. And they had told me, as they were going by the prisoners' exercise yard, and apparently they were not the only ones to see it, because their friends also in the exercise yard had bunched together to see that. I'm not saying that this was blanketly true on 3 occasions, but at least on a couple of occasions over those 3, they were not the only ones, but they were surrounded by a tiny crowd of those prisoners that were allowed out in the exercise yard. This spectral figure did not move, did not do anything, but just appeared there. And appeared there for, I didn't go as to the duration in which they appeared, but it was there and they saw it quite distinctly. But they saw that spectral figure, it was there, it was of a, as I say, a semi-solid form, and as I say, when I make a movement with my hand, it seemed as if there was sort of like a head. They all described the same thing. It was rounded out the head and just like a tad bit of the shoulders, and then straight down like this. If a death sentence was handed down, the justice system and the judicial apparatus had as its mission to prove to the society at large that justice had been carried out. And they did this by handing out, I say tickets, but they're casual invitations, if you wish, as gore as this might sound, for people to attend the hanging, to see those that were convicted being hanged, and then going out and proclaiming to the community at large that justice had been done. So the L'Orignal jail saw its share of that. Many deaths also within the complex itself, many deaths during the years. Are these spectral apparitions tied to any of those events? I do not know, but I can tell you that as a fact, that 3 individuals over the course of my 35 years with the Attorney General told me on 3 different occasions, unrelated offenses that they were serving, that they saw the same thing at the same exact spot where I'm standing in right now in between 12 noon and 2 p.m.
Well, I'm not sure where Ellie got to, but that was a pretty cool video. And I'm really interested to hear from him some of the other claims here, but I think he still has a lot of interesting things to tell us about the claims, but then also some personal experiences. So hopefully he'll pop back in soon. But while we're waiting for that, since I didn't really get a good chance to show you the gear because we were getting some feedback in here before, I'm gonna just show you. Oh, there he is.
Did you use the other camera? The other computer?
It's the other one turned off because the video ended.
Which one?
Oh, that one. Oh, did I mute? Yes.
One of
There
these.
will be no more sneaky C.H.A.P.S listeners. We did fix that. That's the first thing I did. So while Elliot's getting hydrated, I'm gonna pop you around and look at some of this gear. I was shocked how many camcorders he has. That's the most cameras I've seen in one place at one time. And I do photography and videography for a living. We are well kitted out here. And like I said, that's just Elliot's stuff. We also have Kyle with a bunch of gear, and of course the C.H.A.P.S team came with all of their stuff. So it's quite a tech-driven night.
I'm back.
You're back. So we've talked about all of the grisly deaths and hangings, but there are lots of other claims here too. What else do you have to tell us about?
Well, I think that we should talk about Well, should we get through the dark stuff and then some of the good stuff, or should we start with the good stuff leading into the dark stuff?
I think let's keep with the dark and finish with the light.
All right, let's do it. Well, let's talk about Joseph Menard. So, as the title of this article reads, Joseph Menard beheaded his wife. He did it in front of his child. So the story goes with him. He was acting weird at work, and his employer was concerned. So he ended up going to the Rockwood Asylum for a period of time. When he was released and he came back home, he snapped, and that's when he beheaded his wife. Now, he didn't just behead his wife, he then took a knife and he stabbed himself 3 times in the neck. He then took the axe and then he swung it at his own head. Now, he survived this. They didn't think he would. And they brought him to L'Orignal jail to await transfer to the Rockwood Asylum in Kingston. Now, this is at the time that Claude Guyette was here. He did not like Claude Guyette, and he did not want to be in the same jail as him. He complained about it. Not to say that this is why he did what he did. It was just something that was noted that the people here told me about. He found upstairs on death row some sort of sharp shard on the window, and he inserted it into his brain cavity, killing himself on the floor there. So when he took the axe upon himself, he had a hole in his head through his cranium. And that's how he took his own life upstairs.
Oh.
Is he here? I've never, have captured or seen any evidence that points directly to him. Would he still be here? Maybe. Who knows? But it is one of those dark stories of this jail.
That is quite the story.
Got quite the lineup of comments here. Oh, looks like they found the link to the book.
What?
Is it for sale though? Like, can I buy it and order it? It's been a while since I've looked. All right.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Do we have a victory moment thanks to the audience?
You're both really out of sync. I don't know what that means. Like the audio is not matching our mouth? Not sure. Okay, back to the presentation. So now the next one I don't have anything visual for you, but this is documented. And her name was Anne Lett, and this was in the 1800s. Now Anne Lett was a lunatic, and of course, they were brought to the jails, and she thought the world was going to end, and so on and so forth. Now, in the archives, it states in the report that she took her own life with a thread. Just think about the wording. She took her own life with a thread.
So how does that work?
A thread would not hold body weight. I don't think you could hang yourself with a piece of thread. Is this just an error in the reporting and they meant to write rope?
Yeah, it could be a translation issue, maybe. Yeah.
It stated thread, and for me, it's like, well, how do you do you just tie it around your neck and really tight? I mean,
Yikes.
It was, and there was not a lot of detail around the death. It was pretty straightforward, but they did want it known in the report that this was not at the fault of the guards or the warden. And when it was told to me, it almost sounded like, when people kind of lie and, they give you too much information, right, to push towards a certain way of thinking. It kind of sounded like that. Now, a woman has been seen popping her head out from the cell across from the warden's office underneath the staircase.
Yeah.
And this has been seen by different people coming here. And they describe the same thing. And I used to not tell the story because I was just curious. And then, I said, okay, well, this does happen. They see this woman, short. Well, I'm not going to talk about the description because I want to hear it from someone who experiences it to see if it kind of matches. So I won't talk about how she looks. But I mean, that's the experience that people have, is that they see a woman pop her head out from that cell looking at them down the hallway. Is it Anne-Led? I don't know. Is it another woman? Who knows? But we do get a lot of female voice anomalies here. People do capture it. And there's one specific one that, sounds that we've captured on different nights that's the same coarse voice, which is very interesting.
Yeah,
So
see,
that's
I've had lots of experiences, but I don't think I've never actually like seen an apparition. So I'm interested to see how I would react to that. I'm pretty chill when it comes to having these experiences. Nothing really freaks me out. I wonder if that would.
I haven't seen an apparition myself. Never. I'm not like sure. I mean, I think the closest thing is like I don't call it like a third eye visual representation of something, like almost like you imagine it there, but it feels very real and it is there. And this happened to me at the Ninette Sanatorium, which is a horror story on its own, what I experienced there on my own up on the death floor there. But that was probably the closest detailed imagery I got. So it's not like it was in front of me. It's like I saw it, but it was more in my imagination, I should say. Now, shadow figures I've seen, but I mean, again, when you see shadow figures, they're in your peripheral, and your peripheral can really play games with you. So, I mean, it's not, I have seen shadow figures at Cornwall Jail straight on, like not peripheral. And here, when I saw Petite Ruth, it was straight on as well. When I saw her in one of the rooms near the warden's residence. But that's who we're leading into next, Petite Ruth.
Oh, Petite Ruth.
Petite Ruth. So she's described as kind of like the angel of the jail. So this is a photograph of her, and she's in her 30s. You wouldn't believe it, but she's in her 30s. So she had a form of dwarfism, is what we suspect. Now we don't know exactly because going back to the turn of the century or the turn of the 20th century, you didn't really have proper diagnoses then. So we can only assume, but she was, under 3 feet tall. Now she lived here at the jail. So in all the old jails, the warden's residence was built, to attach it. Like Cornwall Jail and here as well. And right now, the bedrooms of the warden's residence is used as court offices because we also have the longest running courthouse here. So we can't access that area because it's an active courthouse. But a lot of the EVPs we get of a childlike voice who we just assume maybe is Petite Ruth is always saying, come here, come with me. And when Mark Jade was here, you picked up on her, and he said that she wants us to go there. She's trying to take us there to see where she lived. And where she lived is just not accessible. There's one area or maybe 2 rooms that you can access that used to be part of the warden's residence, but the rest of it is used for the courthouse. She died here at the jail. And the year after her family moved, and we actually have a photograph of the Millet family here. And this was taken at the jail, and this was a year after Petite's Ruth, and this was the last Christmas at the warden's residence at the jail. So you can see Felix Millet, who is the warden of the jail, and he's the gentleman in the center in the back with the thick mustache.
That's a big family.
Yeah, the Millet family was quite large here in L'Orignal. It's a very significant family here. So a ton of history here. And when people see Petite Ruth, they all describe the kind of like the same thing. So I mean, when we did the events in 2018, we called it Revenant, and we captured a small shadow figure, just like how my partner in Phantoms, Eric, has seen, and JL, who was with us that back then, also saw the same thing, the same small shadow. And it's the same when I saw Ruth in the bathroom here. It was just a small black shadow. So in this scene, I'll just play the clip. In this scene, you see me taking in a guest because we did a role play back then. So we would just kind of fool around to raise the energy of the building before we started investigating. So I'm bringing somebody into a jail cell. So I would lock everybody one at a time in the dark in a jail cell, and we kind of do a role play. And the role play was like they would have to talk shit to me. That was the role play to raise energy. They would give me a hard time, and if they gave me a really hard time, then I would take them to solitary by themselves. Right. So if you wanted to be alone in solitary, then talk shit to me, and then I'll bring you there. So that was kind of just a game we played just to warm up before everybody split up and started investigating. So in this scene, it's the second person coming in, and I'm putting her in a cell, and the only other person is Eric, who is filming it. There's nobody behind him. There's no other light source. The only light source is the IR light on the camera itself. And he captures this little shadow that followed me in. So we'll see what people think of it. It's yourself. It's yourself. It's yourself. So, like I said, it's a little shadow, but what's so weird about this piece is that there's no light source. There's nothing
Yeah.
that went in front of the light. It's just one IR camera. Other than that, it's complete darkness. Like it's pitch black.
So you've seen a lot of things here. Do you have anything else from your time here that stands out? Maybe like take a look at where we have our cameras set up. Is there anything from any of those areas that really strikes you as something that is, really relevant that you'd want to tell a
Yeah, I
story
mean,
about?
we have a few cameras up. I noticed one disappeared, and I don't know which one it is. So we do have to fix the intake, and I think we lost one of them. Oh, I think maybe it's the one on the downstairs cell block. Maybe. Anyways, so tonight we of course have all of death row on camera. So this is every angle from the death row floor, the 2 cell blocks. Now we do have protective custody as well here. There's still some setup gear laying around because they're not quite ready to start yet. And we can spy on the base. This is where everybody is there. And we got a few other cameras. We still have to connect, so there's definitely going to be a pause in this. This is just the introduction to the investigation. And just to remind everybody, this is a C.H.A.P.S investigation. All Sarah is doing is hosting a live so that people can, I guess, spy or get involved themselves. So, it's like when you sit down at base, you're watching the cameras, maybe you see something, tag it, comment on it. I'm here completely in a volunteer capacity as, for the jail to open the door so they can have the bookings. I help out however I can, and I guess by being interviewed is the best way I can and help set up the live because I've done it here so many times before. And yeah, Chaps has no prior knowledge of what we're talking about or what we're describing here. So, I'll definitely be keeping my mouth sealed throughout the night and listening in and seeing what they experience. And I'm not going to validate anything or anything like that for them at the moment. I'll let them finish their review first. So they're definitely going to be a hiatus is about 15 minutes, and but the live will still be running. Just come back a little bit later on, and you'll see the investigation start for sure.
Now, they've been investigating this team for a long time, right? They've been around forever.
Yeah, so what I know from CHAPS is, they've been around for many, many years. They're associated to TAPS, which is the Ghost Hunter show that was out in the early 2000s. they branched off to many other teams. Um, so I think Dave said that he has over 500 investigations. So, you know, perhaps he probably is the longest running team here in Ontario.
That's amazing. 500. Wow. That's
So
incredible.
it'll be very interesting to see how he conducts his investigation.
Yes, definitely. And I have asked him if it's okay if through the night I take, each team member for just a few minutes and do a little interview and ask them about some of the experiences they've had. So with that level of experience, that should be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally up to them. I mean, we are running low on time now because it's well, I guess I don't know where they are with the setup. We've been here talking. I know Kyle is still doing his thing, and that can take some time. So Kyle is here with Class A, and I've used Kyle many times at some of our sites because he has a great audio system.
Oh, yeah.
He is going to set up, up to 8 to 10 high quality sensitive microphones all throughout the jail, and it is all being recorded to a mixer, and it's unbelievable when you put on those headphones and you can hear every inch of this jail on one audio track. Now it's all being
It's
recorded separately, but just to hear everything, that ambience of the entire jail at one time live is quite an experience. So, I mean, Kyle will be there just listening in the entire time, essentially, as C.H.A.P.S is investigating and just kind of tighting things.
He
So
certainly
I
knows
think,
what he's doing. It's impressive to watch him set up.
yeah, and I'm eager to go see if he needs any help with anything because I know
Yeah,
that the team's going to want to get started soon, and I know
absolutely.
we have a few cameras we still have to fix up and to did. So I'm guessing the investigation will probably go till around 1 or 2 a.m. That's kind of my guess. So, you guys don't have to watch the whole thing, but check in whenever you want.
All
Um,
right. Well, let's go check
I
on those cameras then.
I should probably talk about the bassinets. So
Oh, yes.
this has never happened for me personally. I have never investigated and had this bassinet move, but people have come and told me that it just started moving. Even one
Yeah.
time, the guides last season, they went upstairs to put away some stuff because it's used for storage, and then they came running downstairs screaming. I'm like, what? And they're like, the bassinet's moving. I'm like, is it? Like, how much? And I run upstairs, and it's like, it's
Oh,
going.
yeah.
And they didn't touch it. They just walked in there, and there was nobody in the jail but them and me.
Yeah,
And
we
that's it.
actually, when we were here, we checked for open windows and everything because that was the first thing that happened for us.
It's sealed. There's no air up there.
Yeah,
It's horrible. It's
no,
dead air. It's heavy. It's like very uncomfortable.
it is. It is.
Yeah, and Chaps has no idea about this, but the bassinet is sitting there, and we have a camera right on it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look up, there's the bassinet right there. Right,
Yeah, when
doesn't
we
appear to be moving.
when Class A came, we went to do a live stream up in Death Row, just talking about some of our experiences and why we joined a paranormal team. And as we were sitting there with the bassinet, 10, 15 feet away, one of the investigators, who is like the biggest skeptic of all of us, went, guys, that bassinet's moving. And it was just rocking away. So that was interesting. And we did check, like we went all through to make sure that there were no windows or anything, but we'd already done that ahead of time. But yeah, it was fun. I'm gonna stay quiet now because I have a C.H.A.P.S member behind me. So
Hi. Okay, so obviously you guys are still setting up a lot of your equipment, having to check cameras. So I've gotten verification from Kyle that the administrative wing is going to be available in a few minutes. So we're going to start our investigation down that end.
fantastic.
And yeah.
All right, cool. All right, well,
Should be fun.
everybody, that's
All right.
that's Dave Gibb right there. Just if on the other pages of streaming too, if you're not aware, this is also on their page. So let us take that break now. So,
Absolutely. And make sure when we're on our break, go follow the teams that are investigating, go follow all those pages. We've got the links in the description to everybody's handles. So, and we'll go get those cameras set up and meet you back here soon.
And for everybody watching me, thank you. I appreciate doing this interview. This is the last time you're probably going to see me on the stream. Sarah's going to take over from the bubble, and she'll be here all night. So yeah, thank you everybody. Ted, I know you're tuning in there. Please comment like you usually do. And trying to see if I have anything that's long that I can play, just so people kind of have
Hmm.
something to watch. But I mean, it's not. I just have short like EVP clips and stuff like that, and I got some of that Mark Jade stuff, but it's only like a minute or two. So,
I might
all
share
right,
some of those EVPs later in our slower times too.
all right. So we'll just leave it a blank screen. Let's call it a 15-minute break,
All right.
and
See
we'll
you
be
soon,
back
folks.
then. All right, let's fix those cameras.
All right, so it's Sarah back here from the bubble from our little mini base camp. And we're gonna add a couple of the locations to the screen just so you can watch them while we're setting up the rest. You'll see us pop in here and there and investigate in certain areas, but between then, we're going to make sure that we have eyes on some of those areas that we already have cameras in. So I'm gonna bring up Death Row. We have 4 cameras up there, and that's usually a pretty active area. Watch that bassinet because we've seen that move a lot. And then also there's a room that we don't usually have access to, the safe room, which was originally a 4-cell block. Remember how Elliot was talking about that original middle section that was the original jail? So now we have access to that tonight. So we've got our infrared cameras in there, our infrared lights in there in the camera. So we're going to bring that up on the screen, bring Death Row up, and you guys can keep an eye on that while we're getting everything else set up. We'll pop some of the C.H.A.P.S members in here from time to time for interviews, and we'll watch some of that investigation take place. And if you see anything on the cameras, please let us know in the comments and tag what time it was and where you saw it. it's flashing blue. What does that mean, Elliot?
Cold spot.
Hello, friend.
So talk loud because the audio has to come off the Chromebook.
Okay, awesome. So Elliot just let me know that my audio wasn't working very well, so hopefully you can hear me. I'm way in here in the safe room. And shortly after I came in, the temperature sensor went off and we had a cold swap. So already a little bit of activity. So I'm gonna keep my recorder on here and just say hello and ask a few questions. So is there anyone here with me? You see this over here with the red lights? If you'd like, you can go near to that and touch it. You're welcome to come close to me. I like new friends. If there's anyone here visiting, could you tell me your name? I know this is very personal, but I'd like to know how you died. Now, I understand that this is a bit of an unpleasant question, but were you innocent or guilty? Have you seen other people in this building sometimes? Do you like it when people come visit? Now, I'm going to listen to what I'm hearing on here later, so if you can tell me what sorts of things you like to do, maybe we could be friends and I'll come back and just do it later. Could you tell me the names of any of your family members? When you were alive, did you live here in L'Orignal? Could you tell me where you were born? Now, earlier I saw the light light up on my equipment over there. Could you go near to it again? I'd love to know that you're here with me. Oh, there we go. There's that light again. Thank you. So for anyone watching, the temperature sensor just went off there again. So thank you for doing that for me. Hopefully you can also tell me your name. If you'd like, you can also get close to me. I don't mind. Feel free to come closer. You can whisper to me if you'd like. Tell me anything interesting you have to say. If you get close to that box again, the part that's coming out of it, if you touch that, it might make a sound for me. Would you like to try that? So when I get to know people, I like to play the question game. I like to ask you questions about yourself so I can learn more. What is your favorite memory? Could you tell me what year you were born? It's a little chilly over here. I think you're close by, aren't you? That's nice. What about your family? Did you have any children? What about your parents? What were their names? I have some other friends that will come in here soon, but before I go, maybe you could go near that box again? Make that blue light shine for me one more time? Don't be afraid to get close. All right, well, I'm gonna go for now, but I'm gonna listen to everything on here. And if you've talked to me or told me your name, that would be great. And if you'd like me to come back and visit, I'll wait a moment here while I'm still recording. If you just tell me, then I'll come back again later tonight. How's that? All right, that was fun. Let's see if we can round up a C.H.A.P.S member to do a little interview. All right, I'm in here in the bubble, and I can see that temperature sensor is going off like crazy in the safe room. So I'm gonna go pop back in there again and see if we can get more action.
Oh, wow. Alright, so I'm back. I could see that blue light was going on for me, so I thought I would come and visit again. Would you like to tell me your name? Because I listened to our last conversation and I didn't hear it. What's your name? Would you like to leave my equipment over there and come closer to me? And then the sounds went off. Oh, and there we go again. So I don't really know how this piece of equipment works. Elliot does, but I believe that sound is when something is touching the sensor at the top. Yeah, so feel free to come close to me and chat some more. The last time I forgot to ask you, did you have any siblings? Did you have any brothers or sisters that you'd like to tell me about? What were their names?
Sarah?
Yeah, Elliot, I'm in here.
What's going off there?
That was the equipment that we have in here. The temperature sensor and the run.
What's that, sir? Where are you?
I'm in the safe.
Oh, this is a safe room.
Yes,
Oh,
we're
you see?
chatting. So I was in here and having a chat. The temperature sensor came on a couple of times as we were recording. And then I was watching it from the screen and it started going crazy.
Yeah,
as I was
I
listening
heard
to
it, yeah.
I was listening to I was doing some live review.
Yeah.
And it started going crazy, both the temperature sensor and the REM.
Okay.
And so I came back in to chat some more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta get you that.
I have my phone on airplane mode, so I'm recording, so at least we have something.
Okay, yeah.
So that's my friend Kyle. He'll be around tonight too.
Yeah.
So if you have anything you'd like to tell Kyle, now's your chance.
And I'll have to give you the get the parabolic in here, that's for sure.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Once
I'll
I'm
stay
done.
in here for another 5 minutes or so chatting, and then whatever you want to do in here, we'll be back around here later.
Okay, sounds
I
good.
promised I'd do that, didn't I? And now I get to come back again.
Yeah.
So could you tell me what year you died? You seemed to want to tell me when I asked you before what your favorite things to do were, and I didn't quite hear you. Could you tell me again? Oh, there you are. It's nice to have you here. Thank you. So for those of you watching, that box is going crazy, so. So back to the question game. Another question I like to ask people when I'm making friends is, what is your favorite thing about yourself? I personally like that I'm very kind and friendly. What's your favorite thing about yourself? Have you ever done anything that you regret? Would you like to come get closer to me and tell me your name? I'd really like to know that. hard to be good friends if you don't know someone's name, right? How old are you? Do you think you'd like to be friends? I've been here before. I might be able to come back again sometime and say hello. Oh, there you are again. Is there something you'd like to tell me? You seem very persistent. I came back in because you were making that box go off, so what do you have to say to me? You like it when it makes that noise? Now I have a fun question for you. What was your favorite food? I'm going to step out again in a moment so that Kyle can put some of his equipment in here. We just met Kyle. But before I go, I'd like to ask you, is there anything that you would like people to know about you? All right. Well, I'm going to head out for a little bit. And just going to get a little picture of this. And hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Yeah. Petite Ruth, reste là.
Little Ruth.
She was a little person. Like not just short like she was a child. She's actually a little person.
Okay.
Yeah, dwarf. Warden-elect. I guarantee you've been in here. I mean, the warden's going to be everywhere. I think I'd prefer to be in these cells.
It just feels a little bit more open.
A little more area.
I think that's.
And you're by yourself.
Are they?
Are these all in the
So these must have been obviously for, maybe the other ones are more transient, these are for more long term, I guess. Yeah, but it's, I mean, like I'd still rather that single
Look who
bed.
saw that was right there.
Oh, this was the
Francois Morency.
Francois Morency.
He ran away when he's.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's still alive?
I can say so, that was 2007.
Oh,
She doesn't have to look old, right?
during the filming. When did this stop being supervised?
98.
So why did he run away in 2007?
I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Unless they stopped taking new prisoners, but Motor was still here.
I don't know, that doesn't make sense.
Anyway, there's anybody here with us, just come along and be with our conversation. You know, it's not getting late, it's only 10:30. We got time yet. I'd like to be out of here by about 1. Oh, so
I wonder how often they slept. Like, I know that obviously they spent time in the courtyard, they obviously would have went to meals, but you think, especially in these long cells, you don't get to spend most of the day sleeping. Because like, I don't know if it's the same as like modern day times when they can spend most of the day in the courtyard if they're allowed.
well, wouldn't they be out of their cells here playing cards and stuff?
Were they allowed to?
I assume.
So like, were they only to report to the cells for bedtime?
Probably.
Huh.
Probably.
I don't know, I think growing up, I was always under this like misconception that they spent all day long in their cells.
I think some probably, you know, certainly if they acted up or whatever, that would probably be more now like with isolation.
Yeah.
But, I mean, frankly, no, they probably spent most of the time sitting around this table shooting
Okay.
shit the way we're doing right now, right?
I mean, see, it's funny because they have chains there, but if you read the signs on their timeline, towards the end of its running, they switch everything to electronic so that they could do it in one
Yeah.
click, so that people weren't breaking out of their cells. So, what is flashing?
Probably security.
Yeah, I think so.
That looks like a
Oh, jeez.
fucking hell.
That was that,
See? That's what all claims are based on. It's a fire.
yeah. Jesus.
Not that there's gonna be a shitload in here that's gonna catch on fire.
I was gonna say that the house.
Not a lot of steel and concrete burning down, but maybe it's a carbon monoxide thing.
Sure.
Who the hell knows? Or somebody maybe was smoking in their cell.
Right, and then they cough.
Right.
Okay.
I guess so. Let's say that's it. Could you guys argue with this? I don't even necessarily know. People, this is where I get the sensation, right? Like, you know, necessarily in this geographic spot, I don't think anybody, you know, was necessarily killed here unless they were shanked.
Okay,
It's
now,
possible, but like most of these people would be released.
new proposal is, how do they hang themselves in their cells?
I don't know.
Especially in ones like
Probably
this,
from like about that.
that must be, yeah, they have to loop it around. But then how do they get up that high?
Well, they wouldn't hang themselves, they suffocate themselves.
Yeah.
Cause like,
I've never tried.
what the fucking game this guy just come up, okay?
So?
Yeah. Shit,
Look at the door, it's a ladder.
So obviously,
um,
those noises in the background are Kyle.
well, the one that said that the police car, or the car was killed, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, Weinstein?
Oh, Harvey Weinstein. Oh, gosh. Oh, fuck. Who knows what happened with that situation? It's okay.
Either I'm seeing things or there's a bat in the building.
The raccoon?
A bat.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
where?
Flying out where the wet light is.
Ah, I just saw it.
Okay, I'm not seeing things yet.
Yeah, I see him through the corner
No,
of
no,
my eye.
out in the hallway where Kyle. Yeah, because
Oh, I think.
it's not flying like a bird. Flying like a bird.
Oh, I see it! He's going back and forth.
Yeah. Oh, Sandy, be so happy. Oh, do you hear that? Yeah, for see, like, we're just being human around here. You can have our conversation, be with our conversation. Je m'appelle Dave.
If you see something flying around your head,
It's a bat.
We're doing stuff.
and zipping back. and
We've
forth.
encountered a number of bats. It's
Okay.
okay, my echolocation is good. I'll just play bat with them. You know?
Speak back with them. Oh, that was a fart. I was like, that was wet. I was like, dear God.
Yeah, see, it's not a harsh feeling right here.
No, I feel quite light, and it's funny because I didn't realize is that door and the door on the other side, they connect to each
Yeah.
other. I thought it went to different parts of the jail that we just weren't able to access, but no, they just.
I don't get a repressive feeling. I
No.
really don't. Like, I get that kind of like, it's just a place.
It doesn't feel as claustrophobic either.
No, I don't.
In that other cell block, just before Kyle came in, did anybody feel anything?
I,
No.
it's just you.
No, because
It's just you. And we had a bit of a chill.
the hair layers.
Okay, let's go down to the Dibbler cell. I just wonder, we got a bat flying around in the main hallway. No, you should come in and see that. It's cute. Okay, well, again, we're headed down to, the hole. Oh, Andy.
This isn't the hole.
Let's go down to the hole because there's a lot of activity happening. Okay, now we're gonna go to the hole.
Don't tell them back to fly over here.
Come on.
I'll hold them.
Come on, Matt.
Feel like Robert.
That's right, you look proud. we'll change that while they do a session in the digital room.
You have a flashlight?
Yeah, I can watch the beer. You want it? Just have one.
Okay.
Oh God, that was so loud.
Yeah, firing squads, the guards are brought in, they're given weapons that have magazines on them,
Huh.
and so the weapons are all preloaded. So all they do is chamber the round
Right.
with ready aim fire, ready. They would chamber the weapon, then fire. So nobody knew who fired the
Interesting.
killing shot.
Okay, so we are in what we have colloquially determined as the diddler room, which was originally the woman's cell and transferred over to any sexual, pedophile, incest offenders in here. And it's interesting because of my previous work experience. See, I worked with juvenile sexual offenders before my work now. And, you know, a large majority of them were victims themselves, and obviously were sent through diversion into group homes instead of jailing a 15-year-old who grew up being abused and followed through with what they thought was okay, for the most part. Now we did have the handful that were just, unfortunately, not great human beings. And it makes me think, and I think this is just possibly like the restorative justice focused, but, you know, obviously no diddlers, okay? But like, do you think some of these people were likely abused growing up and led them into committing the crime itself? Because like, if you think of John Wayne Gacy, he always talks about how he was abused by his father growing up, and then that led him into his behaviors. Now, with my clients that I worked with before, usually it was like a one and done thing, maybe twice and done, and then they were involved with C.A.S. and therefore, you know, intervened. But like, there wasn't really a lot of family assistance when these diddlers, other than like the 90s and 80s, but, you know, when this first opened, they would have been placed here right off the bat once their crime was convicted.
Child labor laws didn't exist.
Yeah, well, exactly.
So children were not treated the same.
No, yeah, and that's the thing about every person that slept in this room past it being a woman's cell either slept with someone that they were directly related to, or being a pedophile, exhibitionism, voyeurism, straight out just raping people, and it's kind of icky because, you know, they all slept in here, so they have the tub, they have everything, they showered in because they didn't want them leaving here. So at least they were somewhat protecting, because now, because this is their protective custody, but like now, like, look at fucking Adam Strong. He's still in PC because he knows he would be eaten alive if he went into Gen Pop. Because he's a piece of crap.
He was found washed up too in his house.
I know, and it is so awful and disgusting. Dismemberment, sexual assault, like just on and on and on.
Well, take a look at Goyette.
Yeah.
He murdered the husband and split the kids, the guy's son's head open, like the banana, and then went into the house and tried to have a drink with the wife, and then she wouldn't do it, and then he was trying to coerce the 14-year-old to have a drink with him. And just before the neighbors arrived to take him into custody, he was trying to get the 14-year-old to strip.
Just makes something all more ickier. Just don't get it, like, how you find someone that age, you know, worth involving yourself with.
Well, it's not so much the age, it's
What he's doing too.
it's just the fact that it's a member of the opposite sex.
Yeah.
Walking in,
All right.
Sandy is not interested in investigating upstairs.
This is bad.
What, she never went goes to head her off?
Ralph.
By myself, I don't know.
Ralph is a perfectly good name for a bat.
I wanted her to investigate something.
Hmm?
I said I wanted her to investigate something.
Send Ralph downstairs.
How's it going in here? Any noises?
Oh, we've just been talking about the disgustingness of their behaviors.
Talking about what Goliath did to the wife and daughter.
Do you know what? Now I have another question. This is even more awful. Do you think that some of the diddlers in here that thought their case was less heinous would hurt the other diddlers in here that they felt were
More hands. I guess so.
Like,
Or are they like pals because they're diddlers?
and just fuck each other, rape each other? I don't know.
They were confidants in sexual abuse.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
yeah, well, I was
And
talking,
if you think about it, Narcisse LaRoque, he was the one that raped and murdered the two little girls too.
12 and 14, yeah.
12 and 13, yeah. Narcisse, and what's fascinating is that William LaRoque, the insurance scammers, the two guys there, Emmanuel Victoire and William LaRoque. William LaRoque was a relative of Narcisse LaRoque. So two relatives that hang here.
now, these aren't very long, so, you know, I have to say is that, not that, you know, everyone is super tall, but what if you were a very tall person? You just fucking hang your head.
Let's find out.
All right, come crawl up.
At 6'1",
Which isn't like ridiculous.
No, it's not.
You're just tall.
average height.
I'm average height. I'm average height.
Okay, let me grab the camera out. It's my
I've
camera.
got,
You got it over.
nope, my head touches this end and my feet touch that end.
All right, so 6'1" is, you're tall, but you're an average tall.
Yeah, you're not super tall.
Can you imagine being like 6'7"?
Oh, and now my second.
Imagine you were a basketball player.
Yeah. Now, I know they hired a matron to watch over the woman, but like, how much watching did they do? And do you think that even non-sexual offenders would try to like obviously hurt
Of course.
these women because they're all fucking.
I think it's interesting that in here, the sexual offenders get bathtub.
I do find that odd.
Isn't it strange? I think they probably did that because women rules kept it.
Yeah, that's most likely why that.
Because I'm just trying to think to myself, like,
Why are we rewarding that?
why, you think it's how we make soap. I, fucked a kid. So now I get to, let's have a tubby, Maybe play with some Teletubbies, right?
Bubble bath.
A little bubble bath.
They provide them with.
Yeah.
Who dropped the soap?
I was just talking with John with that, how many people here do you think grew up in sexualized households?
Lots.
Definitely, like even look at John Wayne Gacy, and I said that to John, I said, John Wayne Gacy always talked about, his dad and his dad abusing him, making fun of him for being gay and so on.
Mhm.
And, I was just shocked is that, like, and that's, they didn't always have early intervention like they do now. So, some of these kids were probably also raped their entire lives and then likely, and I don't want to,
I know what you're saying.
I don't want to victimize them, and justify their actions.
But there's a path.
There's definitely a route to where they got this behavior from.
And really, it's an awfully fucking nice cell.
It is. I mean, they've got a
Considering.
nice little view to stare at,
Well, that's for them to get looked in on too, so.
Yeah.
Make sure they weren't, rediddling. Oh, the bat's still on the floor. I can tell Sandy the bat is not upstairs. Oh, it's really low.
I guess if they were doing
Go film that shit, man.
like
Don't worry about us, go film the bat.
they can knock on the window and tell them to stop.
No, he's down that way,
No, we will not deal with it.
Tell me you got him.
Oof.
He's seeing the ultraviolet, or the IR. Wouldn't it be awesome if you just attack the shit out of him?
I'm worried it's gonna hit one of us actually.
Alright, I'm ready to get upstairs. Because I want to spend some time there.
Oh yeah.
So,
Alright, Ralph.
Here comes. He's upstairs.
Are you upstairs?
It's up on the top. On the floor.
All right, there, baby. You're good?
One roll.
Anything else here? This is X.
Ooh, he's a big one. Can you roll through boy?
Now we're gonna get the lights up.
I'm afraid of bats. I just don't want to.
Here, go get set. Oh, poor brother. He is confused. He's somebody who's not supposed to.
He's echolocating all over the place.
Hi, bro. Right here. Here, right here. There he goes. All right, he's down there.
Okay.
What if we could capture him in one of those boxes and put one of those?
All right, so.
I'll take him home from that land.
Okay.
Now, these are all
These.
storage.
They're storage now. This is
Obviously, it wasn't storage.
death row 1 and 2, right? So now I've asked them to not tell me who was in what cell. Okay? I don't want to know. All I know is that this place had an affinity for axe murderers. Clement Goyette, are you here?
Taking attendance. Roll
We're
call.
talking, Priya. You sounded like you were a pretty disgusting individual at one time. How about Frederick Mann? Dude, let's think about you. Now, Frederick Mann could speak complete English because he's from London, England. He was working for somebody, and like raped his daughter.
Did you put a cap on up?
I did put a capital on. Where is it? In there. No, the cat ball was out here.
From there now. Come right at it.
It wasn't in there because there's no coverage. Cat ball was out where that camera could catch it.
Maybe it was moved by the bat. Or maybe you got kicked.
Actually, yeah.
When the
no,
microphone
it was
was being
cat
sold.
ball. No, but the cat ball was out here.
Maybe you got kicked when the microphone was being sold.
All the way there. Okay.
Right. So if you move the cat ball, thank you.
You want your ball back?
Talk to us just conversationally, s'il vous plaît.
How many people would be here in one time?
Just the bat. He's down that way now.
Down the other end.
Yeah.
How many people would they keep up here?
What's that?
How many?
Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, you got what, 4, 1, 16?
Where's the bed? These are big ones.
Out the very end.
The bat's downstairs now.
Is it?
That's what I've been reading. Alright, sorry guys. Okay, so let's put this back out in the hallway.
You could talk.
Put that back with the camera.
Why you did what you did.
Fine. Lynette Goyette did some pretty horrible things. Frederick Mann, you were 17. You were hung. Hank, you were hanged.
But he's hung?
Maybe it was. Frederick Mann, you were hanged, 17 years old. You raped and killed a girl, strangled her, killed another girl that axed the father's head in half and the son.
That's 17 years old.
17, you were about, you know what the funny thing is the previous master he worked for, he tried to poison him. So, let's be safe. Frederick Mann, you are not a good dude. Well, you're not a good dude because you're dead. You know, you didn't get a chance to live your life. You were executed because you were bad. And that's putting it mildly. You're a savage. You know, like, you killed some father, of course he's going to be upset because his little girl got raped and murdered. So not only are you a murderer, you're a rapist. So you're kind of a whole different league of evil, right? But I guess you like that. I guess maybe at that age, when you're going through that, haha, look what I am, you probably had kind of a thing about being bad and being imprisoned and death row.
But imagine raping someone, you get that notoriety. And that's the thing, is that notoriety is such a big thing for criminals and why they want to be in the news and shit. But I feel like there's other ways to get your sale, especially when he got in jail.
Mhm.
Like, I feel like there were better ways to accomplish this.
Well, sure, I mean, you could just go to a jail and say, I'd like to be in jail.
But, you know, raping someone and killing people, like, what the fuck sadistic shit was he thinking?
And with the axe, cleaved the father's head right in half. You know? And he did manage to hurt one of the other brothers too, but he got away. Yeah. Okay, that is out. Good.
Zero.
That is out of the building now, Sandy. Are you willing to come up and help?
I know it is. I just want you to catch him in the net.
Did you put him on phone? You want to give John a break? Then you need a break.
I just think it's so fucking sadistic. Like, just thinking of that. You know, at 17, I was finishing my victory lab and heading into university to study psychology because I was so empathetic regarding emotions that I wanted to be able to be educated in it. So to think that, you know, someone, on the other hand, wants to rape a little girl, kill her father, kill her, and attack the brother.
And I've actually, in my mind, lost count exactly of whom he killed.
Which is so fucked up.
You know, and then I'm thinking of other people, like, you know, Lynette Goyette, son.
Like,
Something just flashed. I thought I said to some flash over here. Maybe it came from upstairs.
well, I don't-
Okay, if you're making a flash, give us something here. How about Narcisse Larocque? Narcisse Larocque, you raped 2 little girls and killed them. So you're a killer, a rapist, but you're a pedophile. You're a pedo. That's messed up. That's like really messed up, you know?
You can't, also, you can't put them in the same category as people today. The lifestyle and mentality to work 2 completely different things.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
As in, like, he
12, 13, 14 years old, You were expected to go and work and support the family.
Okay, now I can accept that. There's a certain fact behind that 12 and 13, some people were married, childbearing age, which is effed up. But I mean, like, it was a time, right? Okay, but let's take it to the step.
Their lifespan
Yeah.
was also a lot shorter than yours.
But you're still raping and murder.
Because Anne hygiene was
Sorry, what?
terrible.
Avez-vous des remords? Pensez-vous avez fait? Remorse for what you've done. Te sens-tu coupable? Te sens-tu coupable? I can't pronounce that right. D'avoir violé ces deux petites filles. You feel guilty for raping those two little girls. Comment c'est ça, votre coup? How does your neck feel? Hopefully, longer.
Did you know a Goliath had a daughter?
Did he?
Anything doing that to someone else's child.
I'll say that it's fantastic. There was also a woman that died here. Anne Lett, who wasn't kept up here. I doubt she was. She wasn't on. She wasn't put to death. She killed herself because she thought the world was going to end. But there was another guy that was here, Joseph Menard, who cut his wife's head off with an axe in front of his son. Then tried to drive the axe into his head, but couldn't kill himself with it because he obviously was too cemented. And then broke a piece of metal off here and killed himself by jamming it into the hole. Yummy.
Sorry, like your urethra?
No, not his pee hole. No, like the hole in the scalp. This hole in the scalp they created with the axe.
It's like, wow. That's fucking disgusting.
Okay, so Joseph Menard, you killed your wife. You hacked her head off in front of the kid. Then you couldn't do your job on yourself. And then you got a piece of metal and stuck it in the crack in your head. Which, I mean, kudos for being able to do that. I guess. I mean, there's been some hangovers, and I've woken up on like a dry nails in my scalp.
Yeah, that's
But like, wow.
the pain you must have felt. And do you know what? Even the pain you felt would not make up for this murder.
Nope. Oh man.
Self-demonetized.
Yeah. And then again, the two guys, Emmanuel Le Victoire and William LaRoche, the two kids that died from that. Like it was like an insurance scam, wasn't it? Some kind of to get their insurance money. You guys are kind of pieces of shit. That's I know people are like, oh my God, you're saying terrible things here. You're being disrespectful to the dead.
No, I don't.
Guys, you guys were hanged for a reason. You were not pleasant people, and I'm having a conversation here just to get the opportunity for you to talk to us. Get your side out. Do you feel remorse for this, or do you believe that do you think you're not guilty?
And that's the thing, like, did you think that doing that insurance scam was like a good idea? Like, that there was no other way to get money?
That's what I think about the whole remorse thing. Like when you're sociopathic, it doesn't occur to you that
no, it doesn't.
Huge.
Any emotions you have, like, okay, so like antisocial personality disorder, which is sociopathy as we know it, any emotions they show are just what they learned to mimic off of others. Like they don't actually have. They're completely apathetic.
Well, it's like the whole idea that they can torture animals.
Right.
They can sit there and like poke an animal's eyes out.
Care.
It's just like
whatever.
no compassion, no empathy.
Well, that's the thing. Any emotion you've seen someone with ASPD is something that they've just learned off of someone else.
So, should you not then put those people down right off the bat?
Well, here's the tricky thing.
Like if a kid tortures an animal,
well, okay,
shouldn't you just kill him?
So here's the thing: is that everyone with ASPD had conduct disorder as a child, but not every conduct disorder has ASPD. However, if you intervene early, therapy, CBT, yada yada yada, can prevent them from engaging in those behaviors, and thus they can live a life sociopathically, but they don't actually harm anyone.
Is it not cheaper just to drown the child by accident? Go canoeing, make sure they fell off the side.
Do you know what? There was I think it was a Law and Order episode, and their child was in the wheelchair, and I don't know why I'm laughing. This is really terrible. I'm laughing at the traumatization, but they literally pushed them in the water in their wheelchair.
A mercy killing.
Yeah.
I get look that happened. You remember that case in Saskatchewan where the guy gassed his daughter. She had like. I don't want to bullshit and say exactly what she had, but she had to be fed. She was like a total.
Yeah, but this person in the wheelchair wasn't.
It's just in a wheelchair.
It's just a wheelchair.
Jesus. Well, that's rough. But I mean, like, that was a topic for a long time because that guy obviously went to prison. But I'm thinking if your child was a sociopath and just.
But if they can be intervened, why are we killing people?
I don't want to help my child if my child can torture animals.
Okay, but if they haven't done behaviors like that or intervened beforehand.
Oh, that's a tough topic. When they get to this point where they're an adult and have judgment.
Well, they don't have judgment.
Well, they have to.
If you have ASPD, you don't know.
but then you go back to that case of sin. Then how can that person operate with humanity?
Right.
Let's just kill them. Well, I mean, let's use that.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a better one.
But if they get therapy and the correct training, then they won't behave like that. They'll just behave with that. Like they can work and they won't do anything. They might be douche to new bosses because they be rude.
Yeah. See, I get the feeling that these were worse than that.
Yes.
Because to me, isolating.
I'm sure you can see what corpse is. Like a corpse fetus.
What were you saying? It's 77 degrees in here. How's that in Celsius? That's funny.
Someone said it's not just
I know 77 Fahrenheit. What is it in Celsius? Right. And you don't know the day you die. So imagine like every day. You're there.
I think the ones that are there for years.
And well, the thing is that then you don't cost money because you have to pay for it. It's just
Because they keep repeating.
yeah. So they're like all around. You really think
It's what you never about.
Okay.
funny, when I'm up here in time, but when you go down to the room and stay here, I get chilled out. A weird, fun feeling. Not okay.
I was gonna do it in the desert.
But the thing is, people wouldn't have died. What we're doing up here. Why don't you do one over here? Because I did one over there. Here's the audio. Here's the video.
Yeah, I understand that. Want me to see if I can get the door closed a bit? Nope. I mean, I think that's a safety way up here. You coming downstairs? You good? Are you good? Okay, if we bring you up, we need help.
It's not funny, you know. I picture myself just hanging out in the corridor, jail.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna pop back over into the safe room. It seems like C.H.A.P.S is taking a little break. I don't see them on any of the cameras, so I shouldn't mess up any of your audio. I'm trying to steer clear of actively investigating when they're in the middle of things. So I'm gonna head on in there and see if I can have another chat. So, and as soon as I got in here, that temperature sensor went off again. All right, well, I'm back again. So maybe we can have another chat. What do you think? All right, one of our viewers was watching and said you were waiting for me to come back, so I thought I'd come and say hello again. Are you glad to see me? So why don't you tell me something new about yourself? I still haven't heard your name. I'd love it if you could tell me your name. Would you like to come get a little closer? You can come say your name right over here so I can hear it. Oh, that was C.H.A.P.S moving around in the background, I think. And wait for the sound to stop so we can hear it. There we go. So it seems like maybe you're enjoying my company. Do you think we could be friends? All right. And what's your favorite thing to do with your friends? I'd love to know more about you. Could you tell me where you're from? How old are you? Just gonna wait for that sound to stop. There we go. And what were you here for? Why were you in this jail? Do you enjoy having people come visit here, or would you rather people stay away? Have you visited with any of my other friends who are here tonight?
Who's your favorite team member in the jail tonight? Who would you like to get to know more? I'm really enjoying chatting with you. Do you think you could tell me something that most people don't know about you? Now, I know some of the people who were in here were actually innocent. So if there's anything you would like to tell me about yourself, now's your chance. Do you feel that you were innocent? And feel free to come closer. I don't mind if you touch me. I'll wait for that sound to stop and then we'll chat some more. Is there anything that you might like to tell your ancestors? All of your family that is alive now? The community members here? When I listened to my recordings, I asked how old you were, and I didn't hear that before. So could you tell me how old you are? All right, I'm gonna go see if anyone else would like to come in and chat with you. We'll say goodbye for now, but I'm sure I'll be back again later.
There's somebody in the safe. Can you make some beeping sounds for me? What if I come inside? This is cooler in here.
Okay, so we're gonna go into the cafe then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the same.
Yep.
Really? Thanks for traveling with me.
So this was, just a standard cell, right? Like, it's not like we're looking at people's death. But, rotten cell to be in. Anybody that's with it here might, this was the 1825 portion, so well dead. I don't know if anybody would be traveling back here to spend time, but if you are, speak to our audio recorder. We can't hear you. Our minds are not as adept at that. So we can't hear you. Our ears aren't that strong. But really, I'd appreciate it if you would come talk to us. Tell us maybe what you did to get yourself in here. You know, if you are here, why? You know, why are you back here? Like, why would you entertain the fact or the thought of coming back to a place you were held?
Because it feels like home.
I mean, somebody could have definitely back in that time. You'd have been monitored a lot less. You probably could have shanked somebody while you were in there.
But also, you have to put it in the perspective that, like, so many people, when they get released, they reoffend because they've become accustomed to living in jail. So let's say a spirit does want to come hang out where they sat and rotted, because it's normal for them.
Right.
They don't want to feel free.
I got you.
Do you?
Yeah, you're institutionalized, right? You know, would you like to be maybe left alone with Fiona? Young lady? Let's do it. Let's leave her alone. You go ahead. Talk to her. Make her feel intimidated. You can go ahead and talk, Fiona. Here. Run this way. Film.
Just wondering, like, why you're here. If you want to come hang out in this old ass portion of the jail of all places.
If there's any other prisoners around, you know, there's a 22-year-old chick in the cell.
Oh yeah, come at me. That's okay. See, the thing is I worked with juvenile sexual offenders, so now I manage a group home of adults with developmental disabilities, and many of them were abused growing up, and I definitely think those people should also be in jail, rotting, just like you guys did for doing the same kind of shit. Now, I don't know if in here you guys would have committed heinous acts, or just, you know, you're a good old criminal, white collar, blue collar. But I just want to know why, and if you could show me that you're here. Now, I can't hear you, so, but this little thing I'm holding in my hand can hear you. So if you want to talk to that, if you want to use my energy to do that. My degree is in criminology and psychology, so I have full awareness of what brings people to forensic psychology, actually, to be specific. And I have full knowledge of what brings people to committing crimes. You know, what childhood did you have that made you think that doing what you did was okay? Who made you feel, who taught you that this was okay? Because, you know, you don't wake up one day thinking that it's okay to commit these crimes.
you would have had to have been raised a certain way. Someone would have to talk to you. Why?
Who is it? Talk back. I mean, talk to the camera.
Like, I did stupid shit, spray paint, steal supper from the stores. I was in Hellender arrest when I was 13. At Walmart for stealing meals. And meals weren't a thing when you guys were here, but they just shared your shit to add to your water. You know, I didn't wake up with that's the word or something.
It feels weird. The church.
Because I had a good family, that facing well, facing the walls. So did you have like a crappy thing? Did you do? Like, I would do that. You can really just find your dating speakers that you just have to have a name card.
Wow. It's very unsteady on the feet.
Try to find it out.
Long, really, over long. That's great.
I try to find that to be.
That's great.
Compassion around like killing someone who would abuse your child or stealing food from the grocery store. Those people are trying to like.
Oh.
You're just killing someone.
Sorry, this wasn't. Wait, this wasn't the death row stuff. So these are just.
You can use it as
Right. That's great, man. You feel the difference in yourself. For me, I'm completely no. The rest of it now, she's still, yeah, she's still on. How we doing? You're good.
all right, well, that's fun, cute.
Listen. It's always good to have somebody following your shoes. I'd like to, for the one that was criticizing the shit out of us tonight, Aaron. Let's see here, sitting there. You'll sell by yourself. Aaron, you can go into a basement.
Okay, so this is kind of stupid. So what was this used? Was this also part of the cafe? This room right here?
You're talking about historically?
Yeah, sorry.
It was never a cafe, historically. It was a jail. And this was the debtor's cell, so we would have a month here.
Okay.
And this would be for the small one.
And if you go in that room, just you can fit like real cash and they would shove it in there.
Yeah, so it probably would have been to that sense.
Okay.
Court would have been upstairs. The other side.
Well, because anyone who posted bail without right there.
Yeah, but this is like,
Yeah.
we're talking modern,
Yeah.
Canadian. There's no such thing.
You're stuck. That's it. You're done. No, it is.
Right? Okay. Yeah.
Just take a chair.
Audio.
Yeah.
What's up for?
It just locks itself. What's that?
I don't want to touch your camera. Okay. Where's the list? Why don't you do your little thing in there and then we can finish up here upstairs.
Okay.
Like that. And like that. That was yours. I guess if you're gonna do that, so obviously you've got that camera, so we can take our camera back.
I'll wait till they stop talking.
Yeah, so there's a cell on the right hand side. So they would have had people coming here.
Okay, I'll wait till Kyle settles before I start. Oh my
She's in the protective custody.
Oh, she wants to do a little session.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't have to come down this area because I've done this area.
So where are you gonna do your session right here?
Yeah.
I'll just move the chair over.
Okay, everyone seems to have. Okay, that door is not going to stay shut.
We can go on, want to head up to that door while she does that?
Yeah, the door doesn't want to stay shut. He closed it and opened.
Yeah, so they can't close it all the way to the lawyers. Oh, I was hoping it would just kind of stay. But no, it's just.
Sorry.
Was it?
Well,
We're gonna go upstairs to death row, kill two birds with one stone.
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Well, we do it now, we're gonna.
Just waiting for them to stop talking. Okay. So anyone in this cell is committing pretty screwed up things, you know, being a pedophile, having sex with your family, raping people, and I'm sure most of these people, especially the rapists, probably ended up on death row at some point. But I'm just thinking, you know, what? I asked this question already earlier when I was in the state, is that what taught you that this was okay? You know, I have this little mic here that you can talk into. I can't hear you, but the mic can. And you know what? I just, you know, and given that I already was in here before with everyone else, but now that I'm alone, you know, my fresh meat, 22-year-old woman that's probably too old for your liking, given that, you know, most of you guys probably raped children or adults, you know, maybe I am for taste. You know, and I've worked in this field. I've worked with individuals who have offended on others but were victims themselves. So I know sometimes it is just a matter of your childhood, but then sometimes it isn't. It's quite literally you just wanted to power over someone because you were bullied growing up and you were abused or you were poor and you wanted to feel powerful. How disgusting of you to think the only way to feel powerful is to rape someone, to prey on those that are young. Or, I mean, if you raped and just slept with a family member because you thought that it was okay. And I think it's a little weird, you know, to be sleeping with someone that you share blood with. It's kind of fucked up, don't you think? I mean, you guys probably didn't care because you just had sexual lust going on. But like, it's just kind of pathetic that, you thought that overpowering someone by hurting them was the smart thing. And again, if you heard me earlier, I have a degree in this. I've studied this. I have done thesis on childhood sexual abuse and how it may lead to further offending. So it's not that I'm uneducated about this. I know probably a large majority of you have been abused, were abused, sorry, I guess you're not alive right now. But I get it, you're probably abused. You were probably bullied growing up. But that just doesn't make it okay. Well, I guess there wasn't really as much therapy back then, but talk with your friends. That's probably taboo, I get it. Talk about being bullied, talk about, especially if you're a man, to talk about getting sexually abused. But you know what? I think taking it on other people is not the way to go about that. You feel bad. Like, especially if you're on death row, do you feel bad for hurting little girls? I just want to know. Because at no point in the 22 years I've been alive have I felt that I should take and I was bullied, I was sexually victimized by individuals, and not once did I think that I should do the same to someone else because I experienced it. So it just doesn't make sense to me. So if you want to tell me why you did the fucked up shit you did, why you decided to prey on someone who was vulnerable, then go ahead. Give me reasons that justifies your behaviors. Because I don't feel sorry for any of you. I don't think anyone should feel sorry for you. I hope you guys rot in here the way you did. And I'm sure you guys, engaged in sexual acts with each other because you had no other choice. And you know what? Good. You don't get to have other choices. So you want to use my energy, use the energy that's all in this room to tell me why you did what you did. Tell me if you feel bad for doing what you did. Did you regret it? Did you feel bad for doing it? Or did you think it was still a good idea while you were laying in this steel bed frame? Did you think about it after? Think about how it was still such a good idea? Is my presence being here annoying you? Is it making you feel uncomfortable because I'm a woman who has a voice and is strong about it? I don't think what you did was disgusting. Knock something, turn on, I don't know if the water's still running in that tub. All right, well, I will leave you with your thoughts, and hopefully while you're 6 feet underground, rotting away, probably down to bone, I hope your spirit still takes everything I said. Careful of the lip. Yeah, there, and you're going down as well.
Let me get it started. I'll let you know when it's recording here.
Let me know when you're all set.
Okay, it's recording.
Hello, it's Sarah again. Got my friend Kyle here with me too. Thought I'd come back one more time and say hello. So I've been listening to our chats in between, and I still don't know your name. Could you tell me your name? I'd like to hear more about you. Tell me about your family. Did you have any siblings? Any brothers or sisters?
I'm just gonna step back a bit in case there's someone here too.
How old are you? Have you enjoyed having visitors here tonight? You know, my other friends were in here tonight talking to you too. They were saying some things that might have provoked you. Did that make you a little angry? Well, I don't want to make you angry. I just want to be your friend. So why don't you tell me what makes you happy? Is there anything you can tell me that most people don't know about you? Do you feel that you deserve to be in this jail?
Slow but
So that's my friend Kyle who just came in. He's just here so we can hear what you have to say better. Why don't you tell him your name?
can you come close to the red lights here and hear you better?
Can you tell me how you died? You remember how I told you about that game that I like to play with people to get to know them better? So one of the questions that I like to ask is, what do you feel is the worst thing you've ever done? Did you grow up here in L'Orignal, or were you from somewhere else? Do you prefer to be alone, or do you like company?
Did you hear that?
Yeah. What did you think about the other people who were here chatting with you earlier tonight? What do you like to do for fun? So this is the second time I've been to this jail, and maybe I could come back and visit again another time. Would you like that?
Here, I'll give you this thing here.
Sure.
Maybe. Oops. We did. What was that you think that was? Or what did you think that was?
I don't know. It sounded like maybe like something turning on, but there's nothing in here.
No, it was in here, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a one like syllable word, amen. Amen.
All right. All right, Kyle's gonna step out for a moment so we can chat some more. We'll wait until his footsteps go away so I can hear clearly. So I'm still not sure I ever got your name. Could you tell me your name? Do you remember the names of anyone that you were friends with here? You know, I have a lot of memories with my family from holidays. Do you have any favorite holiday memories? If you're still here with me, could you show me that you are? Could you make some noise? There are all these shelves here. Why don't you rattle them a bit for me? I can see that the door is open. You could close it for me. Anything you'd like to do to show me that you're here? I'd still like to know why you were here in this jail. Could you tell me that, please? You know, it just occurred to me, I've been asking a lot of questions. Do you have any questions for me? If we're going to be friends, do you think there's anything I can help you with? It'd be really nice to see that you're here. Could you show yourself somehow? Why don't you tell me, what is your favorite thing about yourself? What's your best trait? I think I'll be going pretty soon. Is there anything else you'd like for me to hear? Anything left to tell me? All right, well, I'll check in again later. I'm gonna step in here. Hello? Anyone here? Is anyone here? Could you show me a sign that you're with me? What's your name? Could you tell me why you're in this place? All right, I'm going to move along. If there's anyone here you'd like me to come back in here later to visit, let me know now, okay?
Got water, only one incident per second?
That's why I was talking about why we stopped using TLM.
Well, we still do
Just
more
not.
base reasons. More for diagnosis than actual. Says all right. I ended up blanking or
All right, folks, for any of you who stuck on with us this whole time, C.H.A.P.S is wrapping up their investigation. They're pulling down all of those wires I showed you earlier, and they're ready to have a good night's sleep and then head back to Oshawa. So hopefully they'll find some compelling things on all of their footage that they collected, and we'll take a look through the comments again and see if you guys found anything. And until next time, happy adventuring.